Okay, good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening to all, and let's get the show going. Let's get the show going. Yeah, spread the word, spread the
The content provided in this program is an independent production. The views and opinions expressed are solely those of the individuals involved who express them. They do not necessarily reflect the official policies, positions, or endorsements of the hosting platform BounXup Central Media Network or its affiliates. BounXup Central Media Network does not warrant or guarantee the accuracy, adequacy, quality, validity, completeness, or suitability of any information for any purpose. In no event shall BounXup Central Media Network be held liable for any inaccuracies, errors, or omissions with respect to the information in the transmission or any part thereof or for any damage arising therefrom. The entire risk and the accuracy, adequacy, completeness, validity, and quality of any information is within the show's content producer. In no event will BounXup Central Media Network, its heirs, or assigns be liable to any party for direct, indirect, special, punitive, or consequential damages or any other damages arising in any way out of the production that has been aired or is about to be aired. Thank you for watching.
All right, good evening, people. Good evening, good evening, good evening. And we are live. We are live here at the PNM's meeting this evening. And as promised, I told you all that I am going to be here. Let me just see. You see, when you're going live on a different system, and I want you to do something to me this evening, which is crucial this evening, because we realize that YouTube is trying to shadow ban us and all different things. Because apparently people reporting the page. Please go and like, share, and subscribe. It is very important that we share and like and subscribe. Well, more like in terms of share, basically subscribe, but they don't subscribe already, but share the live and like the live because we need to get it out there because apparently they're trying to shadow ban us. So that will, block our content from going out. So if you're a fan and a lover of BounXup, they asking you to do that this afternoon because apparently like they don't want people broadcasting the war. I don't know, they might like we take on certain things that we are saying. So we need to get these things out and bring it to the attention of the people on the international scene. And apparently the government of Trinidad, because they have a lot of technological things that they could use here in Trinidad. So don't feel that they don't have the technology in Trinidad. They have the technology, they have the AI capability to use, to utilize, and that's why it is so important that we will bring this meeting to you all this evening, but we need you all to share it and like it, especially. The more likes it gets, the better. Good evening, Ms. Gardine. Let me do a roll call because things are still starting up. And I can show you the beautiful community center. Let me show you the community center now, move on. They get a modernized thing now. I know old thing like long time. The community center is more modernized than ever before. Kitchen. Let me just give you a sneak peek of it. So they can, and I think the pool is supposed to be somewhere around here. So let me see if I can let me just switch the camera a little bit here. So or you can get to see. Right. So right across there is where you call the Mova Symphony Anglican School. It's one of the biggest schools. There are playground there. The pool is not too far from from on this side, but on the next side, by the big grounds on the next side, this is the building here. Remember, share and like this thing. It is very important this evening. See, you have big car park space. This is just the entrance. Let me just show you the community center. So you can't say that you can't see community center. A modernized thing. The hall. Well, the hall will hold a big bit of people, right? So you have the Mover Central Community Center, and so when people saying that things wasn't happening, things happening in Mover, and still continues to happen. Just saw village. Um, I see one of the. I think this is Dr. Telimo. Dr. Telimo. Telimo. Tell more. Tell more. Okay. And well, you're not going to use Laventille executive anymore? Okay, yeah. So I know that the education officer for Laventille. Yeah, why don't criticize me here because I can't get the names, but it's tell more piece of love. So, what has been happening, if you don't mind, coming live on BounXup Central Media Network, and we're really meeting this evening live on our platform. But tell us, how is it been in Laventille in terms of doing work in the community?
Okay, well, what we've been doing right now is with the Women's League is we realize that we need to really get up and get. So we have been raising funds, starting to raise Christmas drive. So right now we have a bingo on. We're putting on a bingo at Jeffrey Ray's building in Sawa. Tickets are $100, but because it's $100, but because it's for a food drive, we're also asking people to bring 4 non-perishable items, either 4 tins or packs of something, so that can also go towards our hampers.
Right.
We've been working very hard. We know a lot of families are out of at the moment. We're making it very attractive. There's a $2,500 jackpot as the grand prize, plus 30 other prizes for the 10 games that we're putting on. And what we're doing is because $100 might be a little bit steep, we're having raffles throughout all the communities. $10 and a 1 in 10 chance people can win a ticket to come on to hopefully win a jackpot of $2,500. So we really unifying people and getting people to buy into raising funds for yourself to support the people that are less fortunate and have lost their jobs. So that's one of the things we're doing right now. We also had a book drive, so numerous book drives throughout the community because they say we're having problems getting children's books. So lots of book drives. There's going to be putting some programs to help to make these resourceful, give them some entrepreneurial skills so they can use the skills they have in a business way to generate funds and become self-sufficient.
Well, I had to take a number before I go in because I feel like they need you to come and do an interview and talk a little more about especially that part of it, business and making your skills work for you.
Exactly.
Especially in this kind of situation where people lose the job and they use the skills to make money.
Exactly.
So I feel I'll take a number and get in contact with you.
Not a problem.
So I will take the number of Dr. Delamo. Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So that was Miss Delamo. Don't forget me, I just can't give the names. Alex! Well, guess who I BounXup here? You see, that's why we call it BounXup. Guess who I BounXup at the meeting this afternoon? I didn't know she would be here in all her glory. I didn't know she would be here. And I know I be asking, but why you don't have Melba? Why you don't think Melba? Melba. Well, guess who I have here? Right here is Miss Melba. Miss Melba, good evening. So tell us, you're here early this evening, you're ready to go. Tell us.
Hello, yeah. I here to represent my opposition leader, will be
Okay.
soon Prime Minister.
So you're basically just here to
Yeah, to
represent.
represent, yeah.
But many will say, Miss Melba, that you'll be pushing this kind of black agenda in the PNM. Why? Why would they think that you pushing this black agenda in the PNM?
You see the hypocritical thing about black people, we too hypocrites. And the most of the hypocrite people is black people. So we always talking about black people and getting this and black people and getting that. And then when you talk black, they vex. You understand? If the only group of people, Devon and the BounXup members, we the only black people, the only group of people who leave no inheritance for our people, for our children to come, our children to come. Everybody here, Chinese, Indian, the Syrian, everybody that leave inheritance, that come to make money to leave here. If that's a thief, if that's a beg, if that's a whatever they have to do, they do all of that for their inheritance. My children being born here. You understand? And when we talk that we want to do that too, and we want to see something happen to black people, we want to see goodness for black people, that people beg to give because you talking black. So black people must get nothing at all. And the biggest haters for black people is black people themselves.
Well, hopefully and soon, just like we had Miss Delamore and we will be interviewing. Well, I see some people and stick in different thing.
And I have no apology whatsoever in I want a black PNM. I have no apology for that. Not to say that I don't want to have Chinese in it, Indian, but just like the UNC. It's an Indian party, but they have African people there. There are Chinese people there, everybody there. But you know what? You know the whole thing about it? Indian people get the whole thing. They get the maturity, they get the contract, they get this and that. You know, simple contract where African people used to get. That is the pavement and the canal. We used to get that contract, we're not getting it again. So we want them, we want back something. We're not getting nothing. And when we talk black people vex with you. The only people getting vex with you for talking black is black people.
But yet still they want to know the history and all these different things.
But let me tell you something, that is why the West can use people to assassinate black people when they're comfortable in open, like Abraham Sharez and black people willing to kill for them, to kill for the West and them, to kill for America, to kill for Russia, for France, to kill for Jamaica, to kill for England. And you feel that this happening good for black people, and then they would kill to make sure black people come back to you. Never mind. It's such a thing I want to say, but this is not this is your show. I don't want to take over your show.
Well, don't worry, we will want to talk more on this, because I think people need to clear the air on a number of things. So the best thing to do is get over into. I can't see. Hold on, let me see if I see something here. I don't know why it is. Yeah. So we will do a journey into this thing. Why it is we can have a black party in this country after we see what is happening, and especially when we see people are dominating and they do business. They're literally taking over. So we will talk more about it and different things. People make money talk about it. Because you know why? It could be that some people just naive on this whole scenario, but
a lot of people never take money to push them out. Nobody
well, they complaining, oh, this is thing and this is that. But I just talk it real. I just talk it real. When you're live out on the field, you're live out on the field. So I am live out on the field, and we will be bringing it to you. If it is, let's keep telling people, we are here. We are here and we are on the ground. Let's see if we get some more interviews. And yeah, let's see if we can get some more interviews. And let's see what is the reaction from the people and hear what they say. Let me just show you how Mr. Peter. This is BounXup. We live. We are in the meeting here tonight. And I love you on the broadcast. And we are here. I see somebody come in. When you on the mobile system, we are here and we will get live. We are working outside and we simply need to get started. We are here and we are live. And Miss Irina is here. And Miss Irina is here. So members from the community have started arriving. And things are happening. So we will live. We will live and BounXup. So please, again, as I said, apparently they're using an apparatus to block our stream. They're using an apparatus to block our BounXup child. So we need you all to actually like the program this afternoon. And people must talk the foolishness. It's either we liking and we sharing the thing and we growing this thing, because we can't be having all these people and then you only see what 25 likes and all them different things. So it just don't mean that people just don't appreciate what we doing here. And people should kind of beg people, because tonight, and not only just tonight, but tomorrow and the other days, we need to let people be more in tune that they have to like the programs when the program is going live, because what will happen is that the technology that they're using to kind of block and shadow our channel, they don't want our channel to come out. So we are still streaming, but we saw what was happening today, and when we went on, we saw that we couldn't actually see certain things on our page. So apparently they may not like how we want the broadcast and the war and the Donald Trump and all them different things. But yeah, like it, love it, share it. Yeah, I don't understand why it is. I don't understand this, but like apparently like they wanted us to only take the feed from one signal, which you know sometimes the audio is be bad. I thought my audio was bad, but I thought my option, I'm not, I am not. Let me just read this here. Let me see something. We need to actually. So, as we said, we will be listening to some of the members of parliament arriving, and we will be going to you live this afternoon. So remember, yes, as a Lovett shared, this is the only platform that is corruption of the mind, and that is where for true democracy in anything. So, and that is, and because of that, and you know, strange enough today, I listened to all the radio stations, and I was trying to take aback that most of them was not even talking about the the whole talking about what Mr. Stoughton would have said in the press conference yesterday concerning the the wastewater treatment plant and the massive corruption that would have taken place, and we haven't heard a statement from the government. And since the first this thing came out, and we are hoping that we will get some answers from them tonight, because we know that probably the opposition leader is going to probably address it, as well as some of the speakers probably may address it. But this is something of national concern that we get back 300 and something million dollars, and it seems to be like, you know, and I'm not saying that the and what is also another big scandal emerging after this whole event, where one scenario is the chairman of FCD. Imagine the woman said she never signed a resignation letter, but she was told thank you for her service. Yeah, no, and there's nothing to laugh about it. But imagine you ain't even write a resignation letter and you are being told thank you for your services. And you only see anything that people calling you and telling you that thank you for your services, as though like if you write something and you did something. Tall man boy, that was Mr. Eastman, the man who would have brought the case, and the senior contractor would have brought the case to the government, and the appeal is coming up. The substantial appeal is coming up. The procedural matter was procedural went through, but now we're going to be seeing the appeal coming up just now. Okay. So remember, we are live here at the PNM Meeting. And let me just take you around the building. Take you around the building a little bit so that you can get to see what is happening. I don't know why some people pray to be on camera, but the camera will be there, but they pray to be on camera. I don't understand that, but so let me take you around. Let me take you around so that you can see. And I mean, like they have offices and real state of the art, modernized, it well secured. It have the compound with fencing. Right now, I'm walking around the building because we're waiting until the meeting starts. The drain is deep to avoid flooding. Over here, real nice, and the pool is right across the road, right across the road. The pool is there. I just sorry we couldn't go by the pool and all them different things. And they have offices, it's well air conditioned. So I just a little tour of the building. I don't know why some people don't want to be on camera, but they will be on camera tonight. You can't come into the thing and spray the powder. But I don't know how the chairman, and that is something I'll be talking about tomorrow. And I want to give a copy of the resignation letter. I want to give a copy of the resignation letter a copy of the resignation letter of Ms. Badesi. So that we could show it to you all tomorrow. Hey, look, Mr. Guru, let me see. Let me see if you get Mr. Sanjay Guru. Hey. Good evening, Mr. Sanjay Guru. Yeah, well, how does it feel to be now for the spotlight of deputy political leader of the People's National Movement?
I have to describe the experience as very humbling. As you know, I am the youngest deputy political leader in the history of the PNM. As yet.
Okay.
I think it bodes well for the direction that the honorable leader of the party has set forth for the party. And like I said, it's a humbling experience. I look forward to being of potential good and useful service to the members of the party as the people of the country.
Some will say, how come we get a position before them and all of the different things? What do you say to the nation?
I absolutely that. I mean, I have been part of the PNM for in excess of 15 years now, so I don't know what is considered as no coming. If that is no coming, then it is no coming in comparison to people who have been here for 40 years, I suppose, right? Which I am happy to accept. So, everybody has their views. The fact is that work will stand as the true test of the obligation. So I look forward to doing my best. But then my best foot forward, making a good effort, and I hope that after I came into office, I would have contributed something positive.
We have seen you on the campaign trail, and I was up there when I see you to the barricades and things, but we put up by the meeting, and it was one of the biggest meetings ever in the whole campaign, and what went wrong?
I can't say. I mean, look, there are several theories at the national saying, So I mean, I don't. I'm not one for speculation. I think we fought a good fight in Kubuto Manzanella. I am convinced. I mean, basically grew up in that constituency, so I have been observing the politics there for a very long time. I am convinced that this was the best fight the party has ever had in that constituency. We really had a very organized and attentive campaign. It was of high energy. I thought we gave it our best shot. And it goes to show that even with the best of campaigns, the will of the people will be what it is, and we have to accept that in elections, candidates must go into elections knowing that there is a chance that you're not going to be successful, but it does not mean that you ought not to give it your best. So I'm satisfied we gave it our best. And if I'm given the opportunity again, I'll be happy to give it my best again. Because the point is, we are here to serve people. And not because I am not a member of Parliament for Manzanella does it mean that I am not being of service. In fact, as recent as Sunday, we were out on the road, me and the chairman of the constituency, Neil Joseph, was out in Manzanella and our book drive. We'll be continuing this Saturday, and the Saturday after, even though school we have reopened by then. Because we recognize it's not only before school opens, parents need assistance. So the idea is to ensure that we have a continuing school material stock at the constituency office. We are establishing
So you still have a constituency office?
Yeah, we have a constituency office.
Okay, we're the same place where
No, not at the same place.
Oh,
A smaller office.
Oh.
It's just off the Guaycotamana Road. Yeah, and we are establishing a food bank as well. Again, in keeping with the sustainable development goals for the constituency and the PNM in the constituency. Also, we will be conducting legal clinics. Of course, I am a lawyer, so we'll be conducting legal clinics and medical clinics very soon. And we'll be having office days in the constituency. So members of the constituency, not only members of the PNM, can come to the office and see either myself or members of the executive of the constituency.
well, we can have something called the legal advice and BounXup.
Yeah, of course.
With Mr. Sanjay to do that.
Anytime you're ready, I know that.
All right. Okay, well, I will take you up on that too.
Anytime, call me anytime, you know that.
All right.
Right now, about Google has always had people to call anytime. Sometimes the opportunity, you always happy to see you.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
All the best, man. Hope you enjoy the meeting.
We here broadcasting live. So, members tuning in. Members are coming in. We just saw this guy coming in. Members of Parliament. Well, once which is your most, I think, stuff. So, let me see if we can, man. Good evening. I see them run to talk to the man of the owner. Well, I think understood the Lord didn't know. When I see the belly, I say, well, we are Dominic, where we are. And then all of a sudden, I see, you know, it's going like a stress. Right? Well, welcome to politics.
Yes.
How has it been? How has it been? As a member of Parliament, people they want to ask questions. How Dominic covering this thing? How did Parliament how we doing this thing? I'm still letting it work.
Yes, correct. I'm managing so far. I'm looking forward to parliamentary thing.
Right.
All of the upcoming debates. So there is
I expect there's going to be fire as parliamentary. But from the constituency perspective, there's a lot of work to do. Every week I am seeing persons coming in from us, workers, forestry workers, RT workers, the big bus assistants to purchase school supplies for the children. Right now, the constituency, we have a drive going on. It's been very, very good, I must say. Constituents have been bringing in books in pretty good condition. For the last couple of days, some parents have been coming in, and they have been able to get some really very good stuff. They will be doing a little handout of some school bags and so on that we will be able to get as well. And we also have been able to see very people through some contacts that we have. So we do any work. As difficult as it is, as difficult as the government is making it, we the PNM can do the best that we can as we prepare to return to the world sooner rather than later with the help of the people who people 28. Well, I am yes, but I will leave it as it is because I can't understand. We have 575 yeah. But I know how to play it. Correct. Yeah. But what do you think that is not concerned about? But he had it was in the truck. Yes. Yes. And there's a lot of money. How it come back? Yes. Chairman. But I don't know how. Yes. But I am looking forward to again. Nothing else teaching about that mention every time. Yes. I don't know. Right? I am. And return. I got it. So I don't know how it works. But what I have been seeing, I think the last one was probably too boring. We have all this Baccarat every day is something else. Right? What people know every morning, yes, from 6 to 10, when they come back to the same thing from April 2025. You know, every Monday. And you will really yeah, but never the moment when there's a discussion and it's a constant, what should I say? It's just distractions. So as soon as something comes up, they come with something else to distract from the previous thing. So the population is getting an opportunity to digest the previous things and no. Yeah, they try to play on this 9-day wonder thing. Yeah, people forget that. But people must not forget. And in reading this article that you gave with the Citizens Matter, where you have Father Swarat saying apparently the countryman of this government using with this thing about, yeah, hospital job. That seems to be a specialty. Next is on the topic of they bottled it up. We saw the resignation of the CEO of Paria. We would have not Paria, sorry, Heritage. Central Bank Governor, Citizens Bank CEO, well, the master CEOs of this government that promised to create 55,000 jobs. All they have done so far is destroy jobs, take away people's jobs, and where it's going to go from. But 5 years, 2 months, and 14 days, 4 months. Yeah. Yes, sir.
When I married to life, I go to a plan that you are going to be extreme people. There's a high. So yeah, so we just spoke a little bit. We just spoke a little bit to Dominic. Yeah, on the situation. Right, you know? Oh, right. I mean, you have to wait out, you know. So when they're coming out, yeah, Dominic say no have any front there. Director, take a break. Take a break, Director. We'll be right back. Why I feel the Director going on see? All right. Let me what so let me see. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna take a little break, and we will be right back.
Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance. Join host Fearless Warrior and the Dauntless Crew every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Tune in each week for enlightening discussions, special guest interviews, on the scene coverage of news, political events, and all topics related to good governance. Watch the show live on our BounXup Central platform and social media channels, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat on BounXup Central. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, BounXup Radio, TGIF watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our BounXup Central Community Hub, the platform that's Weeting, created for we, by we,
Good evening.
Good idea.
Good evening, Miss Prime Minister. Well, this is BounXup Central Media Network. And I know a lot of people want to ask you a few questions basically, and I know that just want to ask you this a few questions. Well, you are now the new deputy political leader of the party.
Hi.
You are now the deputy political leader.
One of the three.
One of the three. How do you feel to be placed in that position? Because you come from industrial relation officer, labor relation officer, now the political officer. How does that feel?
I feel humbled as the political leader, the Honorable Penelope Alte Records would have considered me for the position of deputy political leader in charge of the party and election matters. My background is one not only of trade unionism, but of rebuilding. When I became the president of the PSA in 1997, the union was broken literally financially. My team and I worked very hard and rebuilt that union. So that when I retired from the PSA in 2009, my team and I would have left liquidity in excess of $10 million liquid cash.
Yes.
We rebuilt all the structures in the PSA. So that upon retiring, I would have joined PNM in the year 2010 when the PNM would have lost the election. Of course, people don't normally join political parties when they lose election.
Yes.
The election was held in May 2010. I would have joined the PNM in June 2010 and work with Dr. Rowley in helping rebuild the PNM, and that's what I did. And I am here once again to help rebuild the PNM. So rebuilding is nothing alien to me. It's a lot of hard work. I am known for working very long hours. I have always worked 10 to 15 hours a day, and I intend to do the same kind of work in terms of assisting our political leader in regaining governance of Trinidad and Tobago within the next 57 months or at one point in time, and to do the necessary groundwork to bring back on board those 102,000 of our supporters who did not vote at home. They're still here. They did not vote because they did not vote for Kamala, and therefore they're still out there because they're doing the necessary hard work, regain their trust, and thereby regain office to give Trinidad and Tobago the kind of good governance they have always gotten under PNM government.
Well, we thank you, Mr. Robert Primus, and looking forward to hearing you on the platform.
Well, not tonight.
Not tonight.
No.
Members are still coming in. And the referral seems to be going on one side. So, a referral seems to be going on. Aaron, yes, sorry, yeah, no problem. But I still here for the meeting. Come on, boy. Well, it's very summers here, and the room is inside. So, and I think the penalty backable, the political leader has just arrived. Oh, has time I went to see my books. Hey, look, a man of the hour is coming. Here, yes, I think this is the political leader here. I think this is the plan. Looking at this here, we have Miss Penelope Beckers is also here. So, just getting ready to start. Please starting to come in and bring it to you live. Political leader is on spot. Still following the call, and people are coming, and they are coming. It is a political meeting. We are waiting. I'm trying to see if I get a little interview with Mr. Foster. And I'm trying to get a little and also probably figure it out using. Mr. Foster, have you taken a minute? Alright, so a little interview with Mr. Foster, the man of the hour, man, secretary of the People's National Movement. Mr. Foster, tell us, in terms of all the programs, because all the programs are completely shut down now, what is your take on this thing? Because people being sent home, there's no more CCTV, no more YAP, no more my when I shut down eventually, everybody going home. Those hard work that those people are putting into those programs, what we
It's very unfortunate that the government is politicizing the development in this country because the problems that we have with the young people is not a political one. It's one where it requires a strong government to take policy position and make sure that young people have opportunities available to them to redirect them from a life of crime, from a life of underemployment to a productive life. And that is what the PNM government was doing. That is what many of those programs refer to. I was geared toward. It's very unfortunate that we have reached a point now where a government without any analysis has decided to discontinue these programs and to leave a lot of young people without opportunity. And we aim to sensitize the public on it and to make sure that the government takes their job seriously. It's not about campaigning now, it's about governance. That's what we do.
Well, you were saying it's not about campaigning, but they're campaigning because every Monday morning, as I was telling Mr. Dominic, that from 2010, it was every Monday morning some new distraction come up, so you can't keep up with the pace. It's like keeping up with the Mr. Joneses.
And as I say to the government over and over, the campaign is over. It is now time to govern, and the young people of this country particularly cannot be taken for granted and should not be taken for granted. These programs need to be instituted and should be reinstituted now.
But in terms of, just before you go, in terms of this new, because Mr. Stoughton would have said it yesterday, in terms of this HC and this big corruption scandal with SIS, what interest But
Well, we hope the government, Minister, former Prime Minister Young did speak at length about that issue. But the government will come out now and make a statement on it for let the public know what the facts are. So, for that, well, we can see what it is.
but do you think the government will remove Mr. Jerry Ramdin from?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can't say what the government will do. What I do and they come to the public and speak out and give you things and facts on this.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. I'm gonna go here. And then what's that? Okay, so the meeting is about to start. So the meeting is starting. And right now, remember, guys, and subscribe. We are bringing this federal governance, bringing this live tonight from the PNM meeting tonight on BounXup Central Media Network. So take a break and we'll be right back.
BounXup Central Network. Tune in for shows like Let We Talk to Ting with Sister Jenny every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:30 p.m. Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Culture Points on Thursdays at 8 p.m. and Sundays at 5 p.m. And Fine Point with Fearless Warrior at various showtimes. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, BounXup Radio, movie watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our BounXup Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat at BounXup.com. If you have a passion for news, politics, culture, music, sports, technology, and helping your community, we invite you to come join the BounXup Central Network family. Come join us.
The population is growing by 85% full, and remember it, just what the general mass you have time, so if we are bringing it right here on Thompson Central UNESCO. So as I hear members of parliament are here and the work live here. Bring it here live from we are live here from Morvant. We are here. We are live here. So we are live live. And and bring it live and you can actually feel of the group and the thing. Share and like and like this thing because we are we are being caravan by by YouTube apparently unfortunately and I'm gonna right like I think basically this right and like and some meetings regular and within you plan what is happening from here on in that the national movement will happen.
Is it done? We will officially get 2 minutes, so just answer the best as we have waited 2 minutes. Thank you.
So anything will be started today. Out and empowered. Empowered for people as more people are meeting to the meeting. Expected to start in next minute. Like Mr. Hans, the member for Parliament for the Morvant Central will be the master of Ventilator about to start. Right, ventilator about to start. We will be ready to live on the clock and so get ready. Remember, we are basically fighting a shadow ban. Like, 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 and share this live tonight. So the meeting is officially about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it. Pray. You have to say those things for the people of the Movant.
Everyone, welcome to Laventille Movant. Father Lord, we thank you. Father Lord, you know what we want to tell you this time on our Lord. Bind us together as a bundle of stick is not easily be broken. Put your hand in our business, Lord. Look at our political leader. Look at all the members today, Jesus. Look at Camille Robinson, Reggie's Father, Lord. Send down your Pentecostal blessings. You say where the twos and threes are gathered, you are in the midst. Bless us individually and bless us together, Lord. Father, Lord, put your hand in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, if we need you now. Put your hand in our business. Deliver us, Father, Lord, in no other name, but in Jesus' almighty name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Political leader, Member of Parliament for Arima, and the next Prime Minister of our beautiful nation of Trinidad and Tobago, Penelope Beckles Robinson. Deputy political leaders, the Honorable Carl Member, MP for Diego Martin Northeast. Deputy political leaders, Sanjeev Budu, Jennifer Batiste Primus, and Laurel Lezama. Vice Chairman of the People's National Movement, Dr. the Honorable Amory Brown, Senator. Lady Vice Chair, Member of Parliament, Dr. the Honorable Nayan Gadsby Dolly, who we honor so much. MP for Laventille West, our youth officer, Mr. Kareem Marcel, the Honorable Kareem Marcel here with us tonight. MP for Malabar Mausika, Dominic Romain in the house. And Laventille East Mover, a man in whom you should be so proud, your Member of Parliament to the left of me in the Parliament, Christian Birchwood, the Honorable Gentleman. With us this evening, we also have Irene Hines, Operations Officer, and the entire Operations Committee working so hard each and every single time we gather. Youth League Chairman, Mr. Patrick Phillips, in the back of the room, making sure things get done the right way. Jeffrey Reyes, Chairman of the Laventille East Mover Constituency and the Constituency Executive here. Let's get a round of applause for the Constituency Executive. For many long years holding us down and holding us together. Alderman Richard Walcott, Chairman of the Sawa Laventille Regional Corporation, and other councillors and aldermen representing the corporation here with us this evening. And now, my PNM brothers and sisters that are proud to be from the great nation of Trinidad and Tobago, representing the red, white, and black. PNM people, let me hear you! My name is Hans Devines, Member of Parliament for Diego Martin West. I thank you so much for welcoming me once again, Laventille East Mover. Tonight is another occasion where we stand in defense of the people. We stand with the people and we say, independence must be commemorated. We must celebrate who we are as a people, Trinidad and Tobago, the red, white, and black. And that is why on Saturday, 30th of August, this Saturday, for the love of liberty, we will be at City Hall, just outside City Hall, from 5 p.m. We want you to come in your national colors, rock your national pride. Our political leader will be giving a feature address, but also we'll have many performers and items celebrating who we are as a nation, Trinidad and Tobago, for the love of liberty. So tonight, as we say, it is defense in defense of the people, and we welcome you. We have a brilliant cadre of speakers, and to welcome us officially, please put your hands together for the man that sits on the chair of the Sawa Laventille Regional Corporation. Please welcome Alderman Richard Walcott.
Vice Chairman of the People's National Movement, Vice Chairman of the People's National Movement, Deputy Political Leaders, Lady Vice Chairman, Members of Parliament, members of the Laventille East Constituency Executive, councillors, welcome one and all to the constituency of Laventille East Mover and to the region of San Juan Laventille. It is 4 months since this government is in power, and we have witnessed attacks under the working class of this country and some of our prominent citizens. We have seen CPEP gone, URP gone, reforestation gone. We have seen the governor of the central bank gone. They're trying to fire the CEO of FCB. They interfere with the executive of CAL. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? They start to interfere with the local government corporation. Do you know, 4 months now this government is in office, Not 1 cent has been given to the Sawa Laventille Regional Corporation under goods and services. Not 1 cent. Today, ladies and gentlemen, our team, construction team, has no materials to do work. None. The schools in our region are writing to us, principals are writing to us on a daily basis asking for help in preparing the schools for the reopening of school in the next week or so. We have to use our workers, our construction workers, to go into the schools to prepare the schools. The Ministry of Education is doing nothing to prepare those schools for the reopening. MTS is doing nothing to prepare the schools for reopening. So we are under attack, ladies and gentlemen, in Sawa Laventille. No funds from this government. And you know what happened about 2 weeks ago? We received word that the Minister of Finance wants to know how much money we have in our unspent balance and account. You know, a number of regional corporations have some millions of dollars of unspent balances. Those are projects that was not completed and so forth. In Sawa Laventille, we have a few million. But in order for us to spend that money, we have to bring in the auditors from the ministry. They will audit it. And the only person to sign off on spending that money is the Minister of Finance. We know our Minister of Finance under the People's National Movement used to sign off. So therefore, the corporations would have money to prepare to do drains, to do a number of work in the region. We don't have that again. Today, the Minister of Finance suspended all usage of that money. We cannot use the unspent balances again. Tanko, who don't know what he's doing, or I say you know what he's doing, because he want to suffer the PNM Corporation. Sign off that no funding will be spent under the unspent balances that we have in the corporation. So the millions of dollars that we would have requested to do work, we cannot do it. So no construction work will be done, not only in Sawa Laventille, all the corporations. All the corporations. That was done this afternoon about 3 o'clock. We received that memorandum from the minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we are under attack in this country. And the only way to stop this attack is for us as PNM people to come together, support our political leader. Let's walk the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. We need to take back our country from this wicked government, a government who is hell-bent on destroying us. So let's get together. This is no time to fight. This is no time to bicker. This is the time to save Trinidad and Tobago. We did it already. We can do it again. So let's come together, ladies and gentlemen. Let us in Laventille, East Morvant, and in the region of Sawa Laventille work with our political leader, work with our party, and save our country from this wicked government led by a wicked prime minister. I thank you, and may God bless you.
Y'all can do better than that for Chairman Walcott. Give him a round of applause. Yes, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we move right along. Our youth speaker for this evening came up through the Youth League and now stands firm in the Parliament to my right. We now welcome your Member of Parliament for Laventille West to represent. Please welcome the Honorable Kareem the Dream Marcel.
PNM family, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to wage war on this wicked, evil government? Are you ready to unite this people's national movement once again? Are you ready to take back the corners of governance in Trinidad and Tobago? PNM warriors, stand by. The PNM warriors, get your marching shoes ready, because soon we will put as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Penelope Beckers-Robinson. And we welcome our political leader on her way. Allow me to recognize our deputy political leaders, our vice chairman, our general secretary, members of parliament, councillors, and my PNM family. I did a check on my phone recently, and I did a calculation. And today is a very special day, because today is 120 days since many of you who may be listening to me made one of the greatest errors and mistakes in our country's history by trying to do the same thing and expecting a different result. Because we know the UNC track record. We know Kamla Prasad-Bissessa's track record. We know her minister's track records. And we know many of them who said that they had no part again with politics coming through the back door, and they are now chairmen of different boards, set there to do the very same thing that they did between 2010 to 2015. But today is 120 days since the last general election. And I pay very close attention to matters that touch and concern our nation's young people. When I look at the UNC's manifesto on youth development, I paid close attention to know what were the promises the UNC were giving to our young people in Trinidad and Tobago. And under that social contract, what did our young people, many of them, what did many of our young people voted for on April 28th or decided not to vote? I want to read for you an excerpt from the UNC's manifesto on youth development. Immediate actions. The first 120 days. Today's 120 days. Everything I'm going to read here is supposed to be done, correct? All right. Career acceleration program with private sector to absorb quotas so that many young people will be hired right away. Young people here tonight, are you seeing this happening in 120 days? They have said that they are going to revamp the OJT program and link it to industries with mentorship and built-in, and thereby increasing the amount of OJTs that we are taking in this country. Young people, is this happening? You must ask yourself, young people, when it is 120 days since being elected and the OJT program has been put on a complete halt. Our young people who just got their CSEC, who got their CAPE, who have finished their degrees, are looking for opportunities every month. Hundreds of young people over the last 9.5 years. No matter the difficult circumstances in which we were faced with as a government then, we ensured that OJT consistently hired our young people and they were paid on time. 120 days later, brothers and sisters, and the OJT program has been on halt and has been underfunded. I go further. The third thing that they promised within 120 days, youth hiring quotas in ministries through a fair and transparent process. Young people, is this true? Are you getting hired in the ministries? Are you getting hired in the state entities? But I can ask you a question and I want you to listen it very carefully. Many of you who are employed through the different ministries, your contracts may have been for 3 months and 6 months. And next time around, we would ensure as a new government that we will fix the issue of short-term employment. And we would work together to ensure that we provide more sustainable jobs for our young people. But I want to ask our young people who are working in these different ministries and these different state entities, who may have been on short-term contracts, and when it comes to the end, they tell you, thank you, go home and don't come back. I want to ask you, Is it not true that you have lost your job within the 120 days? That is the UNC track record. So when they want to boast, and a lot of those hypocrites who were on the necks of Dr. Keith Rowley, and on the necks of Nian Gatsby Dolly, and on the neck of Foster Cummings, on the neck of then Minister of Finance, Minister Carl Imbert at the time, they were on our necks. And these armchair critics now have gone silent. But when they go silent, PNM family, I want to tell you, it is time for us to raise our voices. When they have neglected their duty, it is time for us to step forward and take responsibility for our nation. When they neglect and they stay silent, I want you to unite and rally your forces to know that whenever this election is called, whether it is a local government election, whether it is THA elections, that the PNM will present a candidate on every seat, in every district, and we will be sure that when you go to that booth, that you will have a PNM candidate to vote for. So I ask you to call on this evil, vindictive, and wicked government to cease and desist from running rampage in this country and against our young people. We are in a state of emergency. We have young people who may have just finished school, who may want to go and do a course in CCC, who may want to do a course in YTEP, in MIC, and all these programs have been halted. The recruitment process is usually during the July-August vacation, and not one advertisement for our young people to get into these programs. I want to remind this country and this government that the Selwyn Rand report in 2013 or 2012 was done relative to the at-risk youth in this country. And as a member of parliament for the most resilient constituency in the whole of Trinidad and Tobago, Laventille West, and we say that without any I'm sorry, Christian. But I would say that many of our communities have what we call at-risk youth. And therefore, it is my duty as your member of parliament to advocate for the programs that the People's National Movement have put in place to ensure that our vulnerable young people can get access to technical skills and training, different educational programs, to ensure that we advocate and stand in defense and to stand with you and for you. I ask you, brothers and sisters, to stand by. I have watched very carefully at this government performance, and I can say, I ain't even getting my F, I getting my U, ungraded. The U in UNC stands for ungrateful. It stands for uncouth. It stands for just a uncaring, wicked government. I give them a W to wicked. So 120 days later, I know many of you have already learned your lesson. And we too have done introspection and we have learned our lessons. So I ask you, stand by. Stand by so whenever that clarion call is made, and whenever our champion of a leader in Penelope Beckles Robinson has called the song for war and for us to gather, we would know that we would restore good governance to Trinidad and Tobago. We would restore the People's National Movement into governance, and we would make sure that the People's National Movement gets its first female Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Whenever that night call, you will meet us in Balize House, where we will all jump and scream, and we would say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Want to acknowledge in our presence, Chairman of the People's National Movement, our Chief Whip, the Honorable Marvin Gonzalez, here with us. Also our Coordinator for Siparia, Dr. Natasha Mohammed, here with us, and a Senator, the Honorable Farai Hov Musaisai, as well. Thank you so much all for being here. Well, Laventille East Mover, our next speaker is an engineer and one of PNM's fine examples to young people that success can be achieved in spite of whatever challenges you may face. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Trinidad and Tobago and has tremendous experience in operations coordination, national fuel distribution, and safety innovations within the oil and gas industry. His focus is on empowering constituents to unlock their potential and fostering new opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, Laventille East Mover, please put your hands together for your Member of Parliament, the Honorable Christian Birchwood.
Listen. She said plenty love. Keep it. It could be dangerous. Laventille East Mover, we have to remind them. We must remind them. When you call on the name of the Father, make sure you know that is a serious thing. It can be dangerous. It is not a joke thing. Day of reflection and prayer, that is no joke to make. So we get it started. Allow me to acknowledge in her absence the political leader and the leader of the opposition, Mrs. Penelope Beckles-Robinson, the next Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. All members of our leadership team, members of our youth league, members of the media, members of our protective services in attendance, all specially invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the PNM, good evening. You know, this evening is deeply emotional for me. It's a very profound moment, both as a son of Laventille East Mover and as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. At the start of this year, I fully committed myself to national and community service. And you, the people of this great constituency, the most resilient constituency of Trinidad and Tobago, Karim, Laventille East Mover, I want to say thank you. Thank you. You gave me the mandate to carry your voices into the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and for this, I am eternally grateful. I am humbled, and I am honored. So once again, thank you. I can't help but say thank you. In me, you don't just have an MP, you have a servant leader. A servant leader, and I want you to remember that. I have walked each and every street of this constituency. I say it proudly. I have knocked on every door. I've spoken to every family available, and I will not stop. I will not stop. This is the commitment that I bring to you. To keep walking with you, keep fighting for you, and we must together change the narrative of Laventille East Mover. We must. Now, I personally came to each and every household asking for your vote before the 28th of April. And I am fully committed to returning to every household to say thank you. I ain't sending no truck around. I'm coming back. So in the first 100 days, I had to hit the ground running. You would have noticed your MP's office is open and fully staffed with people that are happy to serve with smiles. Every Thursday, I meet with constituents for one-on-one consultations and just to hear what you feel or how you feel. We started walking the communities. We've celebrated graduations. I've visited schools. I've supported sports. And I've stood with families in grief. Now, we are currently doing our best with our very limited resources to assist most of our vulnerable with back-to-school support. I've made representation for landslide victims, fire victims, for critical infrastructure issues, in Caledonia 1, Mon Repose, 6th Avenue, that's just to name a few. I've taken these issues and I have raised them. And this is not just the beginning. With the help of some digital experts, my digital experts, the MP's office will soon be at your fingertips. Representation must come to you. Simple, direct, and accessible. So you all stay tuned for that. That is developing. This is what I want to bring to you. So my vision for Laventille Movant is not just for 5 years. This is a long-term commitment I'm making. A vision of resilience, sustainability, transformation. It is a vision of a community that stands tall and stands proud. But most importantly, it must thrive. And I know I cannot do this alone. So tonight, I want to call on every skilled worker, every professional, every retiree, every business owner, every community leader, step forward. I need all of you to step forward. Bring your talents. Bring your talents. Bring your vision. Because together we will shape the future of Laventille Movant, community by community, and that is my commitment. So please reach out to me. I encourage you to reach out to me, reach out to the office staff. Sign up, volunteer, and let's get this going. Right? We're on the cusp of having a series of community meetings to build what I want to call a people's plan. This is your plan. This is not my plan. This is your plan that will be built on your visions, your ideas, and what you value for the constituency. This will guide my demands that I will bring towards this government to ensure that we get our fair share of the national budget. I believe it's Abraham Lincoln who once said that democracy, this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, with that being said, I want to ask a very important question here. Do you feel that this UNC government is for you? I do not think so. Not in the slightest, I don't think so. 100 days plus, well, 120 according to my brother from Laventille West. 120 days. No vision, no clear plan for the nation, no direction for the people, plenty glitz, plenty drama, plenty glamour, a lot of photos because we're in Hollywood now, but no pathways forward. Nothing, no pathways forward. State boards in chaos. Appointments are slow, clumsy, and questionable because they will now sideline competency and diversity for political loyalty. This is not acceptable. The vulnerable, abandoned, as a big number. Families in this constituency who depend on CPEP, European reforestation, left without work. While the Prime Minister, while she sleeps,
The grass is growing. The mosquitoes, they're swarming. Dengue is threatening. You're asleep, comfortable. We are in a mess, ladies and gentlemen. An utter mess. And I say to every displaced worker tonight, go to your nearest social welfare office. Go this week. Go. Line up. Apply, because that is your right. Don't let them reject you. That is your right. This government must provide. Go and apply for your food cards. Apply for your grants. Any assistance that is available to you, apply for it. East, west, north, south, everywhere, go and apply for it. Knock on the doors. Now, the sad part about this is, I know some of you have been trying to gain access to some of these grants. But these people have been making it so difficult and unreasonable for you to gain access to it that you get deterred. I know personally, because when they reject you, you return to my office. I feel your pain. But you cannot stop. You cannot stop, because that is exactly what they want you to do. They want you to suffer. They want you to feel pain, because we understand that they are very vindictive. So my staff will always be there to assist, but we must go, we must continue and commit to going, because we have to hold them accountable. We must hold them accountable. So I want to ask some very straightforward questions to this government. Some very straightforward questions, if you'd permit me. Do you actually represent the people when you cancel the Independence Day parade? But you keep your Monday night forum? How frightened are you? Are you really afraid? You're hiding behind our guys, but you're not afraid because the Monday night forum still running. So you're telling me you feel safer in your forum as opposed to the hundreds of trained professionals that are present on Independence Day. That's what you're telling me. You can't take us for fools. Laventille Movant, they can't take us for no fools. Nah. I can even share something that is ironic with you. The President of America, Donald Trump, he celebrated his American pride with a military parade. But who's Trinidad and Tobago? I can only assume that the parade might be a little too early for some of us to wake up. Or the procession might be a little too long for you to stand. No, that's a real concern, because that's not leadership. We need a strong leader. That is not leadership. That is not leadership in the slightest. That is feeble. I even heard one of these buffoons refer to the Independence Day parade as a PNM event. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to carry down memory lane a little bit here. I could recall being a young boy, sitting on the neck of my godfather, seeing a massive sea of citizens, looking on and looking out to see my uncle, who was a fireman. He wasn't a PNM fireman, he wasn't a UNC fireman, he was a fireman, right? And he also played our national instrument, the steel pan. And he used to be marching in the streets while playing alongside his comrades. These are the memories that the previous leaders created that stimulated the love that I have for my country. It is the same memories that I now have created with my children. That is love for country. It's the same memories that you all have to create as well. So tonight, I say to you, sir, it is not a PNM event. It is called patriotism. It is patriotism. They have called for a day of prayer and reflection on our Independence Day, but remind them, Laventille Movant, like we were listening to when I was walking up on the stage, when you call on the name of the Father, make sure you're serious. It can be dangerous. It is no joke thing. It's no joke. So do you represent the people when you cut CPEP and URP and reforestation, leaving breadwinners hungry? I want to take a moment to send condolences to Mr. Richard Cooper's family. For those that don't know, he's a father of 3 from San Fernando who unfortunately took his own life after feeling the pressures of being sent home from his reforestation job. We had another one of these morons in the cabinet referring to the vulnerably affected, much like Mr. Cooper, as collateral damage. Today I say to you, you're an idiot. And someone's life, it might be collateral damage to you, but to his wife and to his children, he was a breadwinner and he was also the hero. Be meticulous with your words when you are leading or when you are in leadership. You have to be careful. Do you represent the people when you illegally fire the central bank governor without cause? And now the state faces lawsuits. And guess who is footing the bill, people? It is us. The taxpayers are now footing that bill. And hold on to your horses, because I can only assume that many more of these cases are to come. We are going to pay immensely as the days, weeks, and months and years go by. Do you represent the people when you play games with the 10 to 14% salary increase promised to the public servants? When the union leaders compromised on state boards, they remain silent. They can't say anything. Do you represent the people when your only crime plan is more guns and stand your ground? But why no consultations in Laventille Movant? Tell me, are we second-class citizens? Do we not deserve a say in this national conversation? They have 0 plans to tackle crime. The latest offering, people, was a panic button. A panic button. Now, coming from the industry that I come from, we had safety was imperative. And we had an analogy for the word panic. It means you're paranoid and you're never in control. PANIC. And right now, they are not in control. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 120 days, I even witnessed the government laying claims to success in the oil and gas industry based on the successes of our both past prime ministers, one of which was our past Minister of Energy. They're laying claims to the work of Dr. Keith Rowley and Stuart Richard Young SC. All the deals that were skillfully negotiated and are on the table that we now going to reap from, they're laying claims to that. Brothers and sisters, fellow citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Don't worry. Don't worry. They may attempt to drag down Trinidad and Tobago, but they cannot and they will not drag down Laventille Movant, because we are resilient, we are strong, and we are creative, proud. We are builders and defenders of this nation. So when I stand here proud to represent you, because together we will rise. Together we will elevate. Together a renewed PNM will transform this path forward. Laventille Movant, we will not bow. We will not break. We will rise. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. And we shall prevail. Thank you.
Laventille Movant, the man that you should be so proud of, the Honorable Christian Birchwood. Well, our next speaker, if I was to read the bio that they presented to me, we would be here all night. He has served for 33 years And the people of Diego Martin Northeast are also proud of their very own. He has served in many capacities in the cabinet and in the party. He has served as deputy political leader as well as chairman, a man that stands as a mentor for us young members of parliament, a man that is an example for many. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Carm Himble.
Good evening. You're supposed to play the whole song, eh? So I could say, I feel like Hulk. That is Black song. I feel like Hulk. Like Hulk. All right. I trust our political leader of the opposition will be with us very soon, the Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson. We have here our deputy political leaders, our chairman, our vice chairman, our lady vice chairman, our general secretary, our youthful MP for Laventille West, and our equally youthful MP, your MP for Laventille East Morvant, and so many others. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, I'm going to be very peaceful and polite tonight. Eh? You know, I'm a very polite, diplomatic, quiet kind of fella. Eh? But I was listening to the chairman of Summer Laventille, Richard Walcott. I listened to Kareem. And I listened to Christian. And there's an underlying message inside all of this. They are not sending any money to the corporations. They are not paying salaries. Just a short while ago, last week, I believe, daily paid workers in the San Fernando Corporation were supposed to get paid. They didn't get paid. MTS workers not getting their proper payments. Workers in the regional health authorities not getting their money. And I will explain why all of this is going on in a little while. But you heard one of the speakers refer to the way they got rid of the governor of the central bank. And it's something very unusual going on in Trinidad and Tobago this round. Because we had a UNC government in 95 to 2001, 2010 to 2015, and they were bad. But not like this group. I have never seen this kind of behavior. Never. I took a look at the story about the dismissal of the governor of the central bank. Most amazing thing I ever see. According to his pre-action protocol letter, which he has sent to the government, where he's claiming $9.8 million for his wrongful dismissal, I just can't believe what I read. A PNM turncoat, now a UNC stooge, and I'm not afraid to call him that, because if you do it once, okay, you're stupid. If you do it twice, it's a habit. So, Minister Swarat Singh, it is said in this pre-action letter, went to see the governor of the central bank, Dr. Hilaire, and told him resign and we will pay you the balance of your contract. Dr. Hilaire said, look, I need to get advice on this, yes? So, according to this letter, he was told, here now, if you don't resign, we will fire you, you know. Of course, this is all kind of unbelievable because this is just happening in one afternoon. Eh? He starts to query it. A couple hours later, they just go to him and say, here, you're fired. Just like that. Same Swarat Singh. Look at what happened to the CEO of First Citizens Bank. And this is why I'm saying it's a habit. According to an article by a UNC sympathizer, Miss Anna Ramdas, in the Express, I'm not afraid to say that, UNC sympathizer. She wrote as follows on August 26. The Express understands that Darbesi was asked to resign, which prompted her to write several letters to Finance Minister Tanku and Minister of Planning Swarat Singh, including one on August 19, proposing that she go on vacation leave for 2 weeks to facilitate the transition to the CEO designate, because they had already selected the person to replace her. She was due to retire in 2024. That is when she reached the age of 60, the normal age. But they told her, stay on until 2026. Give us 2 years. And during that period, you will groom your successor, and then you'll smoothly move out and he will move in. They tell her, resign. She said, well, what is that? She said, well, I'll go and leave, and then I'll come back and see what we're going to do. They said, no, resign. That's all in this article. Her letter where she said, look, I'd prefer to go on leave, and when I come back, I will deal with the transition. It was rejected. What happened after that? That is it. She gone. It's the same Swarat Singh, the same man who put into the papers that the lady resigned. She didn't resign, she retired. The lady had already reached retirement age. But they put a fake story in the papers saying she resigned, causing now the lady to come and say, correct the record. I never resigned. I retired because I had passed retirement age already. Same Swarat Singh. That's what I say. It's not a mistake. It's a habit. And I understand in every state enterprise, in every statutory authority, everybody is being pressured to resign. In ministries, people are coming to work, and as they arrive, they get a letter. Go now. And you have 1 hour to pack your belongings and leave the building, and then they're escorted out by security. That's what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago today. That's what I'm telling you. This is the worst I have ever seen. Pandey was bad enough. Kamala in her first incarnation was bad enough, but this is the worst. And there's more to come. You know why they haven't hired any new CPEP contractors? It's not just the lawsuit that Marcel and them giving them pressure with. It's money. They have no money. The government is broke. And I'm going to read now from a cabinet minute, which is dated 7th of August 2025. And this cabinet minute was not given to me by somebody in the Ministry of Finance. It came from somewhere else. Let them figure it out. This is Cabinet Minute, August 7th, 2025. And the heading is Approval for the Transfer of Funds held in escrow for 16 government guaranteed loans to the Treasury to assist government with funding for the remainder of the fiscal year 2025. Now, after August 7th, is less than 2 months ago to the end of the year. Let me tell you what's going on here. We as a PNM government, over the years, from 2017, 2018, 2019, coming all the way up to 2025, we recognize that the UNC had left the country in such a mess that many of the state enterprises couldn't manage what burdens. MTS is an example. The UNC government signed 100 contracts for school construction just before it went out of office in 2015. To finish those schools would have cost $3 billion. They didn't raise 3 cents. So one of the things we had to struggle with over the last 10 years is how to complete all of those school projects. So we took out a series of loans for MTS to finish the schools. I'm going to read this for you now. The matter for the consideration of Cabinet is the approval for transfer of funds held in accounts for 16 government guaranteed loans executed by state enterprises. And it goes on to list all the loans. There's a loan of $200 million for the Rural Development Company, a loan of $500 million for the National Insurance Property Development Company. Now, the $200 million for rural development was to do a series of projects throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Box drain, retaining wall, landslip repair, footpath, critically needed projects in every community in Trinidad and Tobago. This money was raised, $200 million. Small projects, community projects. The NIPDEC loan for $500 million for the program for upgrading roads efficiency. That is all the road paving programs of the government. The MTS loans were to construct schools. There were a series of MTS loans. Then you had a loan for NEDCO, the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, which was under the Honorable Foster Cummins. That was $50 million to implement and administer the micro and small business grant scheme, to start the Empowered Connect project, and for loans across NEDCO's branch network. Then you had a loan for Palo Seco Agricultural Enterprises, $200 million. You know what that was for? That was to build serviced building lots for former Petrochin workers in South Trinidad. Former Carney workers got land. It was to give former Petrochin workers land. That's what that loan was all about. They had a loan for the Land Settlement Agency to build the Housing and Village Improvement Program. Some of you may be aware of this program. This was a very innovative PNM program where you take somebody who's living in a shack, in a board house, and you build a brand new concrete structure for them free of charge. A very innovative PNM program. There was a loan of $150 million for that. The Water and Sewage Authority always hand them out, owing contractors almost $1 billion. Can't buy materials. There was a loan of $350 million for WASA, plus inside of there, a loan to do critical pipeline and pump replacement projects. HTC, we had a loan of $200 million to deal with outstanding bills and to continue the HTC program to give people houses, affordable houses. All of these loans had a purpose. The purpose was to pay off bills owed to contractors, continue critical government programs, housing, road paving, school construction, school maintenance. That is what all these loans were for. Look at what these, I don't know what to call them. Christian call them a name. I don't know what to call them. Let me call them demons. How about that? Look at what they do. Since they came in on April 28, they freeze all the loans. So ACC still owes money to all its contractors. ACC still have thousands of unfinished houses all over the country. Roads still need paving and patching. Contractors still need to be paid. Schools still need to be completed and built and repaired. They canceled all. They didn't spend 1 cent out of those loans. So I am not surprised at what Richard Walcott said, that they have given no money to corporation for goods and services because they're doing that across the board. No money for MTS, no money for HTC, no money for the Ministry of Works. That is what they've been doing. And check what they do with this money. Hear this. They take all those loans. All of those loans had a purpose. $1.3 billion in total. They take all and they put it in Tanku bank account. That's what this loan is all about. Listen to this. And nobody wants to lend them money. Based on current liquidity levels, the government of Trinidad and Tobago's ability to easily or readily access funds on the domestic market has been severely constrained. That is technical language for the banks and want to lend them no money. And you really have to wonder whether the departure, the forced departure of the CEO of First Citizens Bank is because she didn't want to go over her limit. She didn't want to breach the central bank regulations. And they were demanding that she give them billions of dollars in money. And she couldn't do it. She'd have lost her job. You have to wonder if they told her to resign because she didn't want to break the central bank regulations. You have to wonder. But what this note is saying is that they can't borrow money. The banks don't want to give them any money. So they take the whole 1.3 billion, all the loans for school construction, housing construction, road paving. They take all the money and they put it into the government bank account. You know what for? To deal with a critical shortfall of money for the remaining 2 months of the year. Now let me break this down for you. If the banks don't want to lend them any money, what causes that? Is that the banks have no confidence in them? If you have all these financing arrangements for all these state enterprises that are critically needed, I told you WASA owes 900 million, almost $1 billion, to contractors for all the projects that WASA has done. How are they paying that? MTS owes hundreds of millions of dollars for school construction. How are they paying that? HTC owes hundreds of millions of dollars for housing construction. How are they paying that? They suck out all the money that the PNM government had made available to all these state enterprises to deal with all of these matters. And they put it in the bank account. You know what to do with? Just to try and pay salaries in August and September. I know what this tells me. The government is broke. The government has no money. So I am not surprised that they're not giving you money for goods and services. I am not surprised that they're not paying salaries because I know they're incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. They don't have a clue. But they're not that stupid. It means, is this the arrival of Miss Beckles coming now? Let's hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, PNM people are once again on their feet as we welcome our political leader, the first female political leader of the People's National Movement. Our political leader.
Good evening, my political leader. I'm going to start over. You know, the whole point of what I was just saying, that they've taken critically needed money from every state enterprise and they put it in the government bank account to try and meet inescapable expenditure, what they call mandatory payments, which is old age pension, salaries and wages, debt service payments, and so on. They just can't manage. You saw that TikTok going around, or the video going around with the old lady saying, we give you the country to manage, well, manage it now. Only wants to see that. But they can't. They can't. And you know, this is the fourth time I in opposition. Fourth time. I went into opposition in 95. We went back in opposition in 2000. Well, after about 9 months, people couldn't take it no more. They mashed up the Pandey government and we came back in 2001, the famous 1818. Then we went back in 2010 for the third time. This is now the fourth time. And you know, we have a duty as PNM members to educate our people. Because I heard a story after election, well, people didn't understand what come in. Because when they say, when UNC win, everybody win. There's a book called Animal Farm. And in that book, the pigs took over the farm and they threw the humans outside. And they said that they had 7 commandments. And the first commandment was, all animals are equal. And the second commandment was, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Well, by the time they finished with them, they changed the first commandment to, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. UNC do that in 1 week. When UNC win, everybody win. Well, all are we good? In 1 week, they change it up like how they changed the commandments in Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some more equal than others. And you're seeing that. You're seeing that. They are only dealing with their own people. And with the second commandment, you know what happened to the pigs eventually? They started to walk on 2 legs. And when people look inside the farm, they couldn't tell the difference between the pigs and the humans that they threw outside. And that's what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago today. We're in a crazy place. We're in a bad place. Because the nonsense they're telling us, and they want us to believe it too. The foolishness that they talk every single day, and they expect us to believe it. But anyway, I was talking to one of my people after election. He said he went in the market. He's a farmer from Paramin. And he said, a man in the market say, you know what's wrong with all your PNM people? The PNM supporter. He said, we just vote you in to fix the mess that the former government did. And then only forget about the people, so we just change you back. And then the next one come in and mash it up again, we just vote you back in to fix the mess, and then only forget about we just vote you out and bring them back in, and then mash up the place again. It's 4 times this going on. We have to do 2 things. We have to educate our people, and we also have to do better. Because why do our people feel that we forget about them? Why? And you know, people suffered through the UNC 2010 to 2015. They feel real pain, you know, and yet they come back and vote them again. And this time is not pain. This time is bloodshed. It's bloodshed. So I want you to understand what's going on. There are many things happening. The PNL has been sent into opposition 4 times. We have reinvented ourselves, rebuilt ourselves, come back stronger, and come back into government every single time. And we will. The next 5 years are going to be painful. This actually reminds me of the 1986 to 1991 period, when the NAR came in and they didn't have a clue. They didn't know what to do. They tried to cut public servant salary, they take away COLA, they stop Jude, all kind of thing they do. And they were destroyed in the 1991 election. They went from 33 to 2. This was what is going to happen to the UNC as well. They won't go down to 2 because they have a hardcore that don't care. Don't care what they do. They could do anything. They could put their father, their mother, their brother, their sister, their auntie, their son and daughter on a state board, and nobody ain't saying nothing. When you look in the papers, what do you see? Nobody's complaining about it. They could do anything. It's hard. But I want you to have hope. I want you to understand the PNM is a strong and resilient party. We have a new leader who I have absolutely no doubt will be the next Prime Minister. No doubt. And therefore, you're just going to have to wait. I'm sorry to tell you this, you got to wait. But we will win the next election. And what we need to do to them what we did to them in 2013. Because by 2013, the population had decided they had enough of Kamla. And we won the 2013 local government election convincingly. There's a local election due in 2026 or 27. Is it 27? They may change it up. They could do anything, you know. They have a majority. They could go to parliament. They could change anything. But whenever that local government election comes, I want you to send them a message that their days are numbered. And then we will show them that great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. And we will always prevail.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the man that will always pay salaries on time, even during our pandemic. We're now acknowledging our President, Senator the Honorable Janelle John Bates, and Minority Leader of the THA, Assemblyman for Darrell Spring, WIM, Mr. Kelvon Morris, here with us. Also, we want to remind you all, we must send a message. It must be clear. On Saturday, it is our eve of independence. Independence Day, Trinidad and Tobago. It must be commemorated. It must be celebrated. On Saturday, for the love of liberty, join us at City Hall. We're there from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. The political leader will be giving a feature address, but we will have lots of cultural items on display. So we ask you all, for the love of liberty, join us in Port of Spain on Saturday evening. The next speaker is a proven leader in education, governance, and cultural development. With a PhD from the University of the West Indies, a distinguished career in teaching, public administration, and policy development, bringing scientific precision and strategic leadership to every role she has held. Saint Anzis, the lady you all should be oh so proud of. And the PNM remains proud of our Lady Vice Chair, Dr. the Honorable Nian Gatsby Jolly.
Laventille Movant, PNM family. It is a pleasure to be here with you, political leader, General Secretary, Chairman of the People's National Movement, Deputy Political Leaders, Members of Parliament, Coordinators, Councillors, Alderman Richard Walcott, Chairman of the San Juan Laventille Regional Corporation,
the entire PNM family that is here with us, and those who are viewing online. It is such a pleasure to be here with you. If you're feeling good this evening, say, great is the PNM. I want to start by reading a quote for you that is trending online now. Someone sent it to me and I saw it so many times. I think it's good for us to read this quote. I'm sure when I start to read it, you will be familiar with it. It says, out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. Out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. They all died. They gone in the tail, including the housefly that didn't even vote. They all died, including the housefly that didn't even vote. It says an African proverb, but it could be a Trinidadian and Tobagonian proverb. It is so true of our situation here today. Oh, they have jokes, eh? PNM people have jokes today. People of Morvant, Laventille, people of Trinidad and Tobago. Our nation's children are facing an impending crisis. And I want to call it out tonight. And I want to call on the Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education and let him know, the Honorable Dr. Dowlath, that he has a responsibility to this nation as the Minister of Education to deal with the crisis that is facing our children. In 2020, he might try. In 2020, we had a crisis in this country. It was a global crisis. I want to remind us and take our minds back to that time. A difficult time. I remember sitting in the Parliament and hearing the Prime Minister at that time, Dr. Keith Rowley, say that we were going to close schools. It was supposed to be for a month in the first century. Remember that? Schools closed for 2 years in this country. And that was the COVID-19 pandemic. That was a crisis in this country. I came in as Minister of Education in August of 2020, in the middle of the bacchanal. It wasn't an easy time for us, but we had to move quickly. We had to think on our feet. We had to consult with our stakeholders and come up with plans to deal with the situation that we were in. Unprecedented. Never experienced before by many of us. And we had to deal with that. I want to remind you, we had to find devices for our children. Remember that? We had the Adopt a School program. We had to find devices immediately because in no government process can you just go out and buy something like laptops by the parlor. So it would have taken the government some time to get the laptops that we needed. We asked the private sector to donate, and they donated over 40,000 devices. Let us give them a round of applause, the private sector. Because it was a crisis. We purchased laptops at a later time. Do you remember at that time, members of parliament who were operating at that time, the hampers that we used to get, the goods we used to get to help our population? Why? Because it was a crisis. At that time, the country stood still, but the needs of the most vulnerable were always paramount for the government, the PNM government. And even when our students returned to school in 2022, we faced another crisis, the learning loss situation. In 2022, we had the lowest grades that we have had for some time because we had children home, children who, even though they had devices, were not accustomed learning online. We had teachers learning to teach online even while they were teaching. A lot was going on globally. And we had to put things in place to help because it was a crisis. We had the vacation revision program. We had the remedial education program where we hired social workers, guidance counselors to help our children to re-socialize, to come back to school. We had the restorative justice because our children were now getting accustomed being out of their houses around other children. We had after-school tuition in our primary schools, 8A primary schools. We had a bookless freeze since that time because we knew parents couldn't afford this cycle of buying new books every year, and every year we froze the book list since then. And in 2024, as continuing on that trend, we introduced the book grants. So I'm telling you all of the things that the government did through the Ministry of Education, the PNM government, to respond to a crisis that we did not cause, a crisis that we could not predict, but that happened in Trinidad and Tobago, and we had to respond and respond quickly. I was appointed Minister of Education in August of 2020. By September 2020, we had the Adopt a School program, and devices were flowing through the Ministry of Education into our schools. 1 month. In June 2022, when we saw the results dip so low for the SCA, by July, we had the vacation revision program implemented. So I'm saying to you that in a crisis that we did not cause, but had to respond to as a responsible government, how quickly and how agile the ministry had to move. A ministry with over 20,000 workers, a big ministry. And that's how the PNM did it. But we have a crisis today. We have a crisis, a self-imposed crisis. Over 40,000 workers were sent home by the UNC just over 2 months ago. And I want us to put it into context. When Caroni Limited closed, 9,000 workers were sent home. They received compensation. We know that. When Petrotrin closed, 5,000 workers or so were sent home in the restructuring exercise. Many of them came back into the new company, but they received compensation. So I'm telling you those numbers so you understand the scale of what happened over 2 months ago when 40,000 people were sent home without warning, without, of course, if you didn't have warning, far less for compensation or anything like that. So I want you to keep those numbers in your mind to understand the scale of what we are speaking about. If even half of those workers had 2 children in school, that is 40,000 children. Let that sink in. That is quarter of the population of school children in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm repeating it for you. 40,000 of our most vulnerable people sent home. If half of them had just 2 children in the school system, that is 40,000 children, a quarter of the children going to school now, who would be affected by this action? Imagine how those parents are feeling. And we saw what happened, the sad, sad example of what could happen when mental stress takes you, anxiety, frustration. I'm a member of parliament. I saw people today who have no idea how they are going to afford books for their children. But it's not just books. It's not just books. It's rent. It's food. It's transportation. It's uniform. And as much as you can try to do as a member of parliament, you can't meet all of that need. And I want us to think about the children, the 40,000 children who are living in homes with parents who are facing that reality. If a natural disaster had hit any part of Trinidad and Tobago, and 40,000 persons were affected, think about it. No government would ignore that. No government. If flooding, a hurricane passed over a particular part of Trinidad and Tobago and affected 40,000 people, that's 2 constituencies. No government would ignore that. They would start to speak about what grants we could give. They would start to look at how we could help rebuild. And if school are open as it is now, they would be looking to see how we could help the parents send their children to school. Am I wrong? Any government would have done that. If a natural disaster had hit 40,000 people. But in our case, the unnatural disaster is who? The UNC. The unnatural disaster is the UNC. Hurricane UNC. And in this, anytime a hurricane come around, we say, God is a Trini. It will pass us. This one gave us a direct hit, affecting 40,000 people and their children. The UNC gave no thought to what their action would do to these families. Because 2 months has passed. And I just told you, when we had a crisis that we could not predict, within a month, we were able to do things to help because, you see, we cared. And we knew that we wanted to help our citizens because we were the government. And that's what a PNM government does. But over 2 months has passed. What have you heard from the Minister of Education on this matter? Not a word. Not a word recognizing that there are as much as 40,000 children out there who are going to be going through this hell of not having what it takes to even get prepared for school, far less to get to school every day. Not a word. No plan. No preparation. Because they simply do not care. We can't sit by as a PNM and see this happen. The Prime Minister has said, indiscipline will not be tolerated in schools. And this is understandable. This is something that any Minister of Education, any Prime Minister would want to ensure they reduce. But you cannot create a situation where children are going to be hungry, angry, frustrated, left behind. You create the situation. And then you say that the effects of this you will not tolerate. Have you heard the Minister of Education speak about anything to deal with the crisis? This is a crisis. Because if children drop out, we are talking about 40,000 children. If children don't have money to go to school, what is their prospect for success? If they drop out of the system, what happens in a year, in 2 years, in 3 years? This is a crisis, a self-imposed crisis by the UNC, and they have said nothing about how they are going to deal with it. And I am very concerned. And all of us should be very concerned. Because we are 3 years past COVID and the experience of COVID, and we are still feeling the effects. I can tell you, I am a parent, and I know that my children are still feeling the effects of that. So what's going to happen in a couple years to this cohort of children who are going through this right now and whose parents have no prospects? and no hope and are vulnerable and are unseen by a government who refuses to acknowledge the consequences of their callous actions. And I am calling on civil society. I'm calling on NGOs. This is not a PNM thing, you know. This is a country we're running. I want to tell Kamla Prasad Bissessa the tears of these parents, the tears of these parents for the welfare of their children are going to fall on your head, Kamla Prasad Bissessa. I want to call on the Minister of Education to account to the population. I have good information that no matter how the media tries to get him, they cannot get him to answer a question. When I was there though, when you are called to serve, you are called to account. Hiding is not an option. Silence is not an option. You have to account to the population that put you there to work for them. The Ministry of Education and the minister must address this crisis. They must acknowledge that they have created a crisis for the children of this country, and they must tell us their plans to deal with the crisis. They must tell us how they are going to help the most vulnerable children who are exposed now because their parents are unable to give them the basics to complete their education. This crisis is all of our problem. And I call on all of us to speak up in defense of our children. It's not a PNM thing, it is a country thing. If 40,000 children fall out of the system, who is going to work in our professional spaces? Who is going to be there? And how are households going to escape the vicious cycle of poverty if they don't have a chance? You know, they say if you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. Education is the ticket. So when you attack education, when you attack our children in this way, you are really resigning a whole generation to failure. And we must recognize this as a crisis, and we must stand up in defense of it. I want to tell those who feel hopeless as I close tonight, I want to tell you to take courage. Because when we look at the wickedness perpetrated upon members of this society at all levels, sometimes we could feel hopeless. And you feel as though we have 5 years more to take this. But take courage, the PNM is here. The PNM is here, led by our leader, Penelope Robinson, Beckles Robinson, who will do what we have to do to bring this government to account. And in 5 years or less, the PNM will return to the governance of this country. Great is the PNM, and we shall prevail.
Y'all can do better than that for Dr. Nia and Gatsby Dolly. It is not just a PNM thing, it is about country. And that is what you get with the People's National Movement. We care about Trinidad and Tobago. Our independence must be celebrated, and we urge you all to join us on Saturday for the love of liberty. Ladies and gentlemen, every time the People's National Movement comes into the communities, we embrace the people of the community, and we embrace the young, cultural, future icons of our country that come from the community. Laventille Movant, please welcome your very own and put your hands together for Anaya Matthews.
What you trying to tell me in this morning?
Anaya Matthews. Yes, amazing. Truly amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we move on to our next speaker, we want to acknowledge the life, the contribution, and the commitment of Dr. Lenny Seith. For on his passing, we want to have a moment of silence. So we ask that everyone please stand for a moment of silence in honor and respect for the life of Dr. Lenny Seith. Thank you very much. As we know, Dr. Seith served the party and the country well, and may his soul rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time, and I am going to close my device for this because this one has to come from the heart tonight. This lady serves as our leader with passion, purpose, and pride. She has served from the local government level. She has served as an ambassador, a diplomat representing Trinidad and Tobago. She has served the people of Arima well for many years. She has served in cabinets in Trinidad and Tobago, and she continues to be a beacon of hope. Originally from South Trinidad and Tobago, but now Arima's beloved daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and welcome our political leader, our leader of the opposition, our next Prime Minister, a true patriot, the Honorable Penelope Althea Beckles Robinson. Penny, 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 Penny.
Woo! Plenty heat in Morvant, boy. Good night, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here. I just want to remind you that we are here in full force. And I want to acknowledge the chairman of the party, the Honorable Marvin Gonzalez. And listen, when you see we come to Laventille East Movant, we know we come into a constituency with plenty energy. Yes? So that I'm the last speaker for the night. So, you know, we had to warm up the place, the air condition working good. And it is a pleasure to be here in this new community center built by the People's National Movement. The new Morvant Community Center. I was sitting next to Nayan and I was saying, you know, I need one of these in Arima. We know you all waited a while for the center, but you didn't wait in vain. And let us give it up as well for your former member of parliament, you know, who we have to remember who played an important role in making sure that this community center was built. But let me also acknowledge my deputy political leaders who are here, former Minister Jennifer Baptiste Primus, and and the youngest ever deputy political leader, Mr. Sanjeev Boodoo. Chairman Alderman Richard Walcott. I'm making sure I go through the list again. Very important. And I want them to make sure and let the people know who you are. Come, Richard. Let's see you, man. Yeah, man. Well, we already had the Honorable Nan Gatsby Dolly, Senator Foster Cummings, who Foster left. He went into the back. We had Colm already. Well, I just want to acknowledge all the councillors, all the aldermen who are here, but especially our minority leader from Tobago, Kelvin Morris. And, coming all the way right next door to me from Malabar, Mausika, Member of Parliament, Dominic Romaine. He was walking with me. Senator Amory Brown, who's here. So, and let me just say, because I don't want to go to the whole list, but PNM Posse! Good, let them know that you all are alive and well. Now, let me just say that, we walked Coconut Drive, Cosmos Drive, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the residents for your warmth. We thank you for coming out and saying hello to us. And I want to just say that you have a wonderful, magnificent, energetic Member of Parliament, Mr. Christian Birchwood. I want to say that I want to give a shout out to Mr. Sepp Harry from Cosmos Drive. I don't know if he's here tonight. But what was important today as I walked together with your Member of Parliament, Senator Brown walked, Member of Parliament Marvin Gonzalez walked, Member of Parliament Dominic Romaine walked, Member of Parliament Kareem Marcel walked, your MP and myself. And people came out, and expressed their concerns. And as we walked on Pomerac Drive, and all the bush is now over about 10 feet high. And some of the residents say, Ms. Beckles, if CPEP was here, all the bush that, almost in the road, that would never happen. And I want to say to the constituents of Laventille East Mover, to thank you for the support you have given to the People's National Movement over the years. Come, big up yourself. You all have voted for us consistently. I think it's only on one occasion that this constituency I'm happy to know all you are awake. I was testing all you. All you vote for the PNM all the time. All you have always been PNM. All you have always been PNM. All you remain PNM. But I want to say to all you, this time it was a little too close. A little too close. Because as I walked some of the streets, I remember talking to the MP, and he said to me, certain streets when he walked, it only had yellow flags. But in about a month after election, all they pull it down. And all they better keep it down. But let us be real. So you all told me what you're not happy about. And part of our responsibility as we walk very early in the number of constituencies is to take note about your concerns. And for a constituency that has consistently supported the People's National Movement, we take special note of your concerns. But I was very happy that Mr. Imbert reminded you that this government at present has 26 seats and can change the constitution and might want to call early local government elections. I want to warn the people of Laventille East Movant, they're coming back again. You see, when they fool you once, they feel they could fool you twice. And I'm telling you, they're going to come back and they're going to promise you more than what they promised you in 2025. Because in order to win your vote, for the way they are abusing you, they're going to come back and promise you. And you have to decide if you're going to believe them again. They come in all forms. And they tell so many of the young people, as soon as they win, what they're going to do, what they're going to give you. They're going to give you a house, they're going to give you a job. And we know that a lot of our people stayed home, but we also know that some of you voted for them because you believed what they told you. Because they came with their arms outstretched. And I recall when the Honorable Prime Minister was sworn in President's house, I love you. Everything is I love you and I love you. About 50 times she said how much she loved you. And you know what? Plenty of people believed her. But you tell me if a prime minister really could love her people when within 1 month every CPEP worker gone home, every contractor lose their job, every reforestation worker gone home, every reforestation contractor lost their contract. And even up to today, they sent home workers from LSA. And so many people, they are not renewing their contracts. And when they're not renewing a contract, they're just putting a lot of things on hold. So you go to the several ministries for a grant, whether it be the Ministry of Housing, whether it be for self-help, everything on hold. Because the government on hold. And you have to ask yourself, if it's that what you vote for. So they come into the office, book grant on hold. If you go for HIG, it's on hold. You go to land settlement agencies, and you know that the government had put in place those HVIP houses for persons who could not afford your house falling down. Under the People's National Movement, they're building a house for you, they're wiring it, and doing plumbing. You can walk into a 2-bedroom house. They put it on hold. They put it on hold, you know. They're stopping all the programs that were started by the People's National Movement. No different to the youth camps that they closed down. And here you have sitting our former Minister of Youth, all the youth camps that they closed down, the People's National Movement was spending millions of dollars to reopen the youth camps so all you young people could go and benefit. And then they tell you, I love you. Huh? I am warning, abusive relationship. I am warning you, you have a choice. You have a choice. Some people say you have to wait until 2030. I tell you, they're gone before 2030. You have a son of the soil here. As I walked, everybody know Mr. Birchwood, and there is nothing better than to have somebody from your own community. Educated under the People's National Movement. to become an engineer today, to help build a community that he was raised in. And I want to say to you, the people of Laventille East Mover, give him that support. Because the time will come again where you're going to vote for him so he could go into government and he could become a minister and represent the people of Laventille East Mover. You see, you have to decide at the end of the day, when we are voting for people and you're voting for leaders, you don't want a leader who all of a sudden, once she has become the prime minister, you can't see her again. When last will you see Kamala in front of the press? When last? We want to tell the prime minister, we want to see you addressing the nation. We want to see you in front of the media. You have to stop only sending WhatsApp message and media releases. Some of them generated by ChatGPT. It's very easy to do. They want to ask me yesterday. They are asking me that Kamala put out a release 6 o'clock. And they're trying to tell me Monday I take too late to respond. I'm not in the UNC, I'm in the PNM. I decide when I respond. You can imagine that? I am the political leader of the People's National Movement. A party celebrating 70 years next year. And we have always been PNM, PNM, PNM. They will not dictate what the PNM does. The fact of the matter, you can't be the prime minister and you're hiding. You can't be the prime minister and we can't find you. You can't be chairing the National Security Council and like you know what's going on. People of Trinidad and Tobago, let me just say to you all, this is serious business. We cannot have, I could ask some of you here, it's not only that they send home people. You know how hard it is that they're paying you late? They're paying people late. Some of all you used to say, oh, Mr. Embert, stingy. Some of all didn't like him. But right now, all they love him. All they wish he was the Minister of Finance. All now, all they want back him but. All they want back him up your hand. Listen, for the 10 years that Con Embert was Minister of Finance, all you ever get a salary late? The people there for 100 days, and after the first month, you're getting your salary late. Imagine poor pensioners. You're going in the bank, push your little card, no money. Days, you're waiting for money. I hear even in their own corporation in Mayaro, no money. Recently in Tunapona, no money. I mean, what is really going on with this government? So let me read. They say that you get things by email and by WhatsApp and all kinds of things. Because all we have is clear evidence that they can't do the job. They cannot run the country. And if you know you can't run the country, then let somebody else run the country.
and put it back in the hands of the People's National Movement.
So let me just read for you, and I make sure I get my advice first from the Minister of Finance. So they sent out this notice today because it's looking like something wrong. They can't check, they ain't sure how much money they have, and anybody that have money, they want it. So they watch out, eh? Minister of Finance circular, and it is from the Ministry of Finance. All chairmen, chief executive officers, presidents, general manager, corporate secretaries, company secretaries of state enterprises and statutory bodies and permanent secretaries. Submission of information on cash and cash equivalents held by state entities. Listen carefully here. The Minister of Finance has responsibility for management of government fiscal policies, including the monitoring of the financial health of state agencies. As a consequence, prudent management of state resources requires that information on the quantum of financial products held by state agencies, particularly as they form part of the asset base of the state, is made available on a timely basis. All state agencies are therefore requested to submit to the Ministry of Finance information pertaining to cash and cash equivalents held in their accounts as of July 31st, 2025, in the format as is attached by the appendix. Subsequently, this information is to be submitted on a monthly basis by the end of the first week after the month being reported on. Simply, they want to know how much money all of these agencies have. And you know what that means? They're scraping. Now, I am not the Minister of Finance, and I'm not an expert in finance. But something wrong. And all you pay attention, because it's very simple. When you put square pegs in round holes, you're going to have trouble. Now, every government might have a few square pegs, but like they have the whole government is square pegs. So pay a very close attention to what is going on. So let me there are a few issues that I want to just raise. And one of the most popular ones, of course, has to do with what is going on right now in relation to the Venezuela issue. Because, you know, I don't know if you all recall that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, when they asked him exactly what is his position, he made it very clear, we're not getting involved. You all remember that? Yes. We're not getting involved in Venezuela and US. That is in the morning. In the evening, the Prime Minister said that basically America can come in. Full support to come in. Now, I'm putting it in simple language. Now, are they in the same cabinet? You think they're in the same cabinet? They can be in the same cabinet. Either that or they're not having cabinet meetings. When last they had a cabinet press conference? And the reason why we need to pay attention as a country is because a matter as significant as Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, United States, where you're talking about sovereignty. And we need to understand that we have always maintained a position of sovereignty of countries. So if you have a Minister of Foreign Affairs and you know that you hear these ships are coming down to the Caribbean, you would think that you call your meeting early. I mean, you give instructions early, but you wait until your minister say, we staying out, and then after you speak. Same thing for the SOE. About 5 of them speak. Sturd speak. Alexander speak. Who again? The AG speak. The Prime Minister speak. The Commissioner speak. And everybody give a different story as to why it is you have the SOE and why it is we cannot have our Independence Parade. And she tell me, I dare you, have your Independence Parade. I am not the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, but when I am the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, we will get back to Independence Parade. I must have an independent. You know what is an Independence Parade? An Independence Parade is held because our defense force, our police service, our fire service, they train for months. It costs money. Our cabinet in February approved the sum of $1.5 million for the Independence Parade. That was visionary leadership under Dr. Rowley, approved in February for August. But they come to tell you now a different story and telling me about having Independence Parade. I am not the Prime Minister. You take the responsibility to run the country. You run the country if you could do it. And clearly, that is not the case. So we heard all the stories about the 3 ministers, they're threatening their lives and what have you and what have you. But I heard when they had all the meeting and the threatening, I heard Mr. Sturd say that if they don't sort out certain things, he's going and resign. So I want the Honorable Prime Minister to tell us if Sturge didn't offer his resignation. Because, you see, if it is that everybody giving a different story and it ain't making sense, you know what they say? It have a certain time when the couture will get out of hand, and it start to get out of hand. So pay attention. Do not drop the ball, because every day is a different distraction. And I want to say that as our former Minister of Education is here, who would say to the young people from time to time, make sure you understand the value of your education. At this point in time, we have to spend a little more time educating ourselves about CARICOM, educating ourselves, read up about what is happening with these vessels that are coming. Find out when they tell you a nuclear submarine coming. Go and read and find out what is a nuclear submarine so that you could understand the complexity of this particular situation in which we find ourselves. Don't let nobody tell you, there is nothing that you cannot find out. You can find out about the cost of the vessel. You could find out how much people on the vessel. You could find out how much equipment on the vessel. So you put yourself in a better position to understand how important this issue is. Let us remember that when we talk about CARICOM, we are talking about 15 member states and 6 associate states. Let us remember that CARICOM was born in 1973. And at that time, you talked about important people like Errol Barrow from Barbados. You talked about Manley from Jamaica. You talked about Eric Williams from Trinidad. You talked about Burnham from Guyana. Serious business we talking. Because we understand that when we are united as a body, as a CARICOM body, nobody can beat us. So we have maintained a position of strength and of unity. When people forget their history, they're doomed to make some serious mistakes. CARICOM together is unstoppable. And you have a Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. I hear that. And all of you would have some point in time in your school life heard about CARICOM. But our Prime Minister decides, hear what? All you talk for all yourself, I talking for myself. We have been hearing for years and years about CARICOM meetings. We have a former, one of the best ever ministers of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Senator Brown. And you would have listened to him yesterday. Give them an education on foreign affairs. What are they saying to us? Well, I mean, listen, just imagine all our brothers and sisters in CARICOM, just imagine what they must be thinking when they hear our Prime Minister say, she ain't talked to nobody and she ain't talking to nobody. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, folks here of the People's National Movement, please keep your ears to the ground. Those of you who might be too old, some of you are too young, some of you may not remember Grenada. I was a student at the University of the West Indies in Barbados when they invaded Grenada. And it was one of the most challenging times for us in the Caribbean. And you remember the position taken by Dr. Eric Eustace Williams about the issue of sovereignty. And for those of you who don't know, simply educate yourselves, because you're going to hear the word from time to time. You're going to hear CARICOM. Tomorrow, you will see that there is another news clipping about what took place in the United States today. And daily, you are going to hear certain things. And if we do not educate ourselves, then we are going to find that there are challenges in terms of understanding what is taking place. I want to caution you that this government has perfected the art of misleading people. And if you are not careful, you hear one story today and you hear another one tomorrow, and you're never sure where is the truth, if it is at all. And I'm saying to the Honorable Prime Minister, you have a responsibility to talk to the people of Trinidad and Tobago as the chairman of the National Security Council. Let me just go back a bit to the state of emergency. You are hearing about a lot of detention orders. But when you read the papers on a daily basis, they are giving you so much evidence about these alleged activities. Prisons, the head of the prisons, home on leave. They attempted to send, or they sent the head of the defense force on leave for 1 day, and he was back. And you are hearing all of these stories. No arrest. This government has no crime plan. None whatsoever. And all they want to do is to give you the impression, as they did when they had the last state of emergency, that when you calculate the murders at the end of the year, they are going to be able to tell you, if you compare 2025 with 2024 and 2023, they'll be able to say it had less murders, similar to what they did on the last occasion when there was a state of emergency. I want to remind you, members of the public, that the last time that they had the state of emergency, and subject to correction, it was almost about 1,000 people who were arrested. 8,000. 8,000 people arrested. And of those 8,000, almost every single person got compensation for being unlawfully arrested. You all remember that? It's sounding similar. But what they wanted to tell you when they did the data and they did the analysis, they used the year that they had the state of emergency to show you and say, here what? The crime was down. So they're going to do the same thing, the exact thing. Have a whole set of people, have detention orders, and then those thousands of people who were arrested at the time, pay them compensation. And all of it is because there is no crime plan. They would easily tell you that there is some $2.8 million hit on 3 ministers. And when you read the article, which gives you all the detail, that tells you it is in relation to some sort of agreement, some sort of discussion about activities that took place in the constituency of Toko Sandy Grande, where all kinds of promises were made. Well, we await very patiently for the lawyer that they refer to, the person with the quarry. If you have all of this evidence, and I said it before, how it is that you cannot make an arrest. So let us wait and see exactly what this government is going to do. Let me just say to you that some of you have an interest in what our position is on the Stand Your Ground legislation. We are going to start our consultations. Chairman or Foster, is it next week or the following week? Following week, we are going to start our consultations. We are getting our advice. We are not letting the UNC dictate when we do anything. We are going to do it when we are ready. We have gotten our advice from our attorneys, and right after independence, we are going to start our consultations. I just want to deal with a bit of party matters, and I want to say to you that following the elections, we have realized that a lot of our people stayed home. A lot of you were not happy. We understand you were hurting. I am here for the first time in the Laventille East Mover constituency, and I have said it in many other constituencies, that we would be the first to say sorry for whatever wrongs that have been done. It is important for us to move forward. We just want you to know that Laventille East Mover, Laventille West, Port of Spain South, all these constituencies we have always valued. And we are listening very intently. As the political leader, I have taken the decision together with the leadership to visit several constituencies. We have gone to Maruga, we have gone to Labre, we have gone to Faizabad, we are going this week to Point Fortin, we have been to Tobago, and what are we doing? We are listening. And we have understood sometimes you need to listen more. And if you listen more, chances are we wouldn't make some of the mistakes that we have made. So I want to say that at some point in time, we will also be coming to Laventille East Mover to hear, as we are walking, but we will also be coming to talk with the executive. I want to say that today is only 58 days since I have been the political leader of the People's National Movement. It sounds like a very long time, but it is not. I gave the commitment that I will be seeing people at Balize House, and today was my first public day where I saw members of the public. I also gave the commitment that I'll be seeing people at the Leader of the Opposition office, and I did so last week. First time. So it is important as we connect with the public, it's important as we rebuild the party. Some people feel that things are taking a little longer. Let me just say to you that we have lost this election now. We lost the election in 1986. We were 33-3. People they believe that the PNM was decimated. We believe that was the end of the party. And we returned to government. As Mr. Imbert said, this is the fourth time. On the last 3 occasions we lost, and within 5 years or less, we were back in government. And I give you the assurance, we are going to be back in government again. We are having our public meetings, and we are going to be doing that in all 41 constituencies. We went to Laventille West, we went to Shogunas, we went to San Fernando, we are here in Laventille East Morvant. As a matter of fact, today was really supposed to be the meeting for Port of Spain South. Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Yes, today was supposed to be the meeting for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Unfortunately, the Honorable Member of Parliament indicated that this was not a convenient day for him, and therefore we will be doing Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West next month. So please, and we will not only be going to Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, we will be going to St. Anne's East, we will be going to La Hoqueta, we will be going to Diego Martin East, we will be going to Diego Martin West, we'll be going to Diego Martin Central, we'll be going to all the constituencies. Tobago East, Tobago West, we haven't reached Arima yet, so please wait your turn. We are going to all 41 constituencies. And I just want to say to some of those who are a little impatient, internal elections is finished. We are now about uniting the people's national movement. And I am very proud to say that during the internal elections, there were several candidates who were not on the slate. No, let us say on the slate at that time as me offering myself as the political leader. There were several candidates who attended our meetings, and I allowed them to speak on our platform. And I see Mr. Eba Steele here tonight, who was one of the persons who spoke on the platform. At the end of the day, we all understand that, as Foster said, we are PNM, PNM, PNM all the way. So we have completed our internal. And I'm also saying to those candidates who were not successful, now is about uniting the party. I'm also saying to those of you who are not happy, for whatever reason, it is time to come back home. One of the important things about being in opposition, as much as we do not like it, you have an opportunity to compare. You have an opportunity to compare. And you see what it was like under the People's National Movement. We are in the month of August. This is the month where you have to buy school books and uniform. Very often, not for 1, not for 2, not for 3, sometimes 4 and 5 children, for your grandchildren. And this wicked government sent home so many single mothers, so many parents. Could you believe that? Send them home around the time when they should be buying books and uniform. Well, you really feeling people care for you, boy? Huh? And now you have to be begging and pleading the book grant already. There are so many constituencies where people waiting a year, 2 years. You can't get your pension. You can't get your public assistance. They have no officer. In addition to the fact, and the CPEP workers, unemployed, no job, and they go to social welfare and they're telling you, nah, not for CPEP workers, not for reforestation workers, all they can't qualify. You really feel that would have happened under the People's National Movement? Never. So I want to, as I wrap up, people, you have the opportunity to compare. Compare the policies of the People's National Movement and whatever is called the policies of the United National Congress. Because you must remember, this is a government that told you no property tax. You see, in order to make themselves marketable, no property tax, no this, no that. But you all should not really be surprised that they sent home almost 30 to 40,000 workers. You know why? And I'll give you this last one. When they went into office in 2010, too many of us forget, they said to you, everybody who reaches the age of 60 years will get pension. Look, all you forget already. They say it doesn't matter, you don't have to qualify, nothing. Everybody getting it. They get into office, and when people ask them, what about the pension? All you remember what they say? It was a misprint. You could believe that? These people totally deny that they told the public. All of a sudden, you know, like when a man say, this is not my child. Them say, that is not theirs. But let me give you the final one. You see the 10%? We waiting. Because you hear what she said the other day about faith and asking God. When they ask her, when you're paying the 10%, that's what she say, you know, she calling God. No, nothing wrong in calling God. But the bottom line is when you offer the 10%, you didn't call God name then. So people of Laventille East Movant, people of Trinidad and Tobago, people of Laventille West, people of Laventille East, people of Arima, people of San Fernando, people of La Joqueta, this is not a joke. This is not Dolly House politics. I am saying to the Honorable Prime Minister, it is time to get up. It is time to wake up from your slumber. If you can't run the country, let people who could run it, run it. I want to say thank you to the people of Laventille East Movant. I want to thank you again for all your support you have given to the PNM. I want to say fear not. I know those of you who are not working, you're beginning to lose hope. When you have no money to pay your bills, to pay your groceries, to buy school books, and you tell yourself, oh God, I really vote for these people. Time is longer than twine. Do not lose hope. Do not give up. The People's National Movement is here. We have been here for you all the time. We will continue to be with you. We will continue to work with you. We will continue to fight for you. We will continue to stand up with you. And I say to you, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail.
Laventille East Morvant, make some noise once again for the next Prime Minister of Trinidad, Beckles Robinson. Laventille East Morvant, we say thank you.
Yes, you will hear that because in the word music came right in the background. I still have people in the music, they were better. People who don't know, they just Bernardine. Class tonight. And let us go. Yeah.
I don't understand something, you know.
Right. Right. This concludes our live broadcast here. And tomorrow we will talk. We will talk tomorrow. Right? So tomorrow we will talk. And join me back at talk tomorrow on the independence of the governance. And we will postmortem, and then we have some other thing that we have to discuss tomorrow after the show. So, for the show at 8 o'clock. See you all tomorrow. Have a blessed night, and we will join tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Remember, tomorrow is 5:30 in the journey, and then 8 o'clock I will come on. So see you all tomorrow, and have a blessed night. Right there, want to take it out? Well, not everybody can have their own way, but director, take out for you.